Good morning, gamers, swagsters. Skyrim pumping. Oh, man. Good morning. Well, today's gonna be good. I start off every stream saying that. Most of the time. Today truly is gonna be a good day. Not that any other days are not truly good. It's just I find on average my days are pretty good all around. It's actually a pretty good spot to be in. Let me fix up my monitor real quick. But good morning, lads. How we doing? What's going on? There we go. If Mike, g'day mate, how you doing? Tank Pillow, what's up? Magma, how you doing, bro? 4:30 in the night here though. PM or the AM? I would imagine the PM, because you said night. Randy, guess what? I'm still stuck on the pathfinding, but on a different engine. F's in chat for Magma. That's unfortunate to hear, man. But hey, it's about the journey. Am I right? AM? Right. You're saying it's in the night because you've been staying up so late. Maybe. What do you have planned for today? That's a good question, dude. Should we get stuck into it? I have to hang out my laundry very soon, but maybe we can intro real quick for the bid. Doing research, forgot the time of that, dude. Sometimes I get like that. It's been a long time since I've like accidentally stayed up late. I think my schedule's just kind of like different nowadays, but I feel like the only times I stay up truly late till like 3 or 4 is if I'm playing a game, you know. That's the exception. Didius, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the feedback in the Discord so far, dude. Oh, man. Well, let's get into it, dude. Let's get into it, dude. Uh-huh. Noita has had me hooked lately. Man. I need to play Noita to get like a grapple on how they do wands and stuff. It seems interesting. Oh man, I feel like I'm on the verge of sneezing. Nope, just a yawn. Alright. Vaguely electric. Hello? Josh Patel. Good morning. Are we ready? Ready to get stuck into the day. Let's do it. Alright. Oh man. Oh wow. Let's do it, dude. Let's go. Skibbity boop pop. Bibbity woo. What Stumpy be doing over there, though? Hello? What are you doing over there, little fella? Oh. He fucking died. It's got our boy soccer back to day 124? I'm losing track of the days, man. 124. I didn't stream yesterday, but what I did do is build this sick ass base, bro. I shit you not. I just sat here for like maybe around 3 hours yesterday just playing the game. it was really fun. I had a good time, man. Let me give you a little tour of the base. I've opted for like defending myself in and using these chunks as walls. Down here, I tried setting up a little glowshroom shop. I tried setting up a glowshroom farm, but the harvester doesn't destroy glowshrooms, so I gotta add that in. This is how I get power right now. Whole base is man powered with my fingies. That goes out, automates everything. I've got a little copper farm churning up here that just kind of conveyors back all the way into this chest. Oh, delicious. Also, I made an auto rock farm that automates the packing of cobble blocks as well, because I wanted to use these for building. And this is kind of where I left off yesterday. You know, there are still some things that I could do in the tech tree, but I think on average this is where most people kind of dip out of the game right now, because there's no real reason to do anything else. It's kind of one of those things where you're happy to do the next thing in front of you if you know that there's a next step that comes after that. But once you see like the end of the line in the steps, you kind of get demotivated. You're like, oh, there's like no more content, basically, right? So that's what we're gonna be doing today, dude. Added in some more content and sitting here vibing. The playtest has been going well so far. Playtest has been going great so far. I mean, I would have to pull up some actual analytics, specifically filtering for the version, but looks like medium playtime is staying about the same, which is good. Which means I didn't accidentally break the entire game by adding in combat. I did a little bit, but not so much that it was a horrible thing. We love that. Big shout out to everyone who did the playtest, you know, submitted some issues, submitted some footage, all that kind of stuff. I basically sat here yesterday going through a bunch of the kind of bigger issues and just patching them on the fly. Sent out a couple updates. You know, there were a couple crashes here and there. And yeah, just fix some minor things here. But all in all, successful playtest so far. So I'm trying to think about what to do next, because I kind of have no idea. That is going to be the goal for today, dude. I got half a cup of coffee from yesterday. Cheers, lads. Boink. The camera's getting it out. Gotta hit this properly, man. Boink. So yeah, today, the first thing on the docket is figuring out what is on the docket. You know what I'm saying? I had a bunch of I had a long list of my own kind of issue reports for my own playtest that I did. You know, ideas that kind of came up. But all in all, I mean, the game's playable. I like to see, you know, when doing playtests, I find myself, it's kind of easy to get overwhelmed with like everyone's feedback, and you see like, you know, 30 different things being complained about, and it can be tempting like in the beginning to just go through and like, oh, you know, let me like fix all these issues, and then at some point you run into a problem where you solve one issue, but then someone else is complaining about a different thing, and then they're fundamentally like conflicting, right? And then once I hit that a while back, I think I was doing playtesting with Arcano. I was like, oh, something's not right here. I gotta figure out a better way of prioritizing. So then I did a little bit of thinking. And if we zoom all the way out, What do I want to do? What do I want to have happen? Well, I want to make a good game that has a lot of playtime. It's fun as shit and has a lot of playtime, right? It was just, you know, just one make good game. Easy win, right? Make game. Make it good. So, when looking at playtests, nowadays, I look for only just like one or two things. One, did they encounter a game-breaking issue that stopped them from experiencing the game? If so, we gotta go fix that. You know, that's kind of like more or less what I'm doing with the patches here. You know, like this crash I kind of pumped out like 1 or 2 hours later, but even then, a lot of people hit the crash and were kind of rough. Yeah, that's basically more or less what I'm doing with the patches, right? Solving the big issues, the big hairy problems. So that's one part. The other part is, why did the player stop playing the game? And if I go through and, you know, look at playtest footage or see the playtime and see what people are saying, it's really just because they get to the end of the tech tree and they run out of content, right? Which is exactly why I stopped playing. So, really, if we boil it down, the number one most important thing is just make more content. Add more shit into the game. Yes, you know, the quality of life stuff is important, right? And, you know, fixing some issues and making the game, you know, feel a bit better to play, that's where it's great. It's mostly what I've been doing for this last week or two, right? But if I look at game dev from like absolute first principles, how do we make good game? This stage is just, all right, well, let's add more content in, man. Let's do it. So that begs the question, what is the content that we're going to be adding in today? Well, if I'm being real, I don't really know. But it'll be something, dude. It'll be something. So there's a few things I've had my eye on for a while now. One of them being liquids. So, you can imagine this is a source block of lava and we do the Minecraft style like spread out of liquids. I would like to figure this out, because if I can figure this out, then it will add like a lot of good vibes to the game. And if any of you guys have played Tinker's Construct, or if you've ever seen one of these bad boys before, man, is this puppy cool. There's something about multi-block structures which gets me bricked the hell up, dude. So that's kind of what I was sketching out here, is like, what would that actually look like in this kind of game? You know, the player would place down each of these blocks on the grid and kind of like make their own multi-block, right? Which would be really cool. Now, it is kind of hard to communicate to the player that, you know, you can actually do this. So we need some kind of, you know, tutorial missive thing that maybe gets spat out of the hole that shows you like a diagram of how to set it up. But I was trying to think like what would the purpose of this thing actually be? And one of the big ones with, I guess, like Tinker's Construct is if you smelt ore in here, it's basically more efficient. I don't know if you get 2x, maybe it's 1.5x returns on it. But like if you put an iron ingot in, you get like, if you put raw iron in, you get, you know, I think maybe 2 iron ingots out if you know, smelt it out into like an ingot cast or whatever. So, you know, that's one thing. It could be nice and efficient. You could also maybe alloy stuff together. So this could be a way of like actually, you know, if we have a liquid, like molten iron inside here, and you combine that with like molten copper, you know, you make some kind of alloy together, which would be pretty cool. So, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Just kind of thinking here. But yeah, I think really just liquids in general would be huge. Because just imagine the possibilities with, you know, blocks of lava, dude. It would be sick. So I was also thinking over here, you know, we got some oil in the arid biome. I think it'd be a nice addition. You pump that puppy up, feed it into a generator, and bam, you got some nice consistent fuel that you're drilling out of the earth. And, you know, you're pumping all these lovely fumes into the atmosphere to heat up the ozone. To heat up the atmosphere so you're nice and warm and cozy at nighttime. You know what I'm saying? Then there's this other thing that I talked about in a few videos back. The underground kind of building system. This would be really huge for factory building and stuff. I noticed a couple of times where I really just wanted to like... I mean, here, for example, I want to be able to like bridge over this, but I also want the wall, so I didn't really know how that would work. Like maybe you could, you know, dig underground and then place the spike on top. So then you could have, you know, underground wire or conveyor belt or whatever going underneath here. This would be like a half slab that you place on top. I don't know. So that could be another interesting kind of direction to go in. One thing I kind of felt the need for in my playtest was a more like mid-game source of power. Because as it stands, you know, the glow root generator, the recipe's, you know, pretty fucked. You got 40 glow shrooms. It's kind of hard to collect a bunch of those by hand at the moment. Not for lack of trying, though. I am getting there. So some kind of mid-game source of power would be great. I'm thinking a biofuel generator. So, you know, that way you can maybe feed some of your excess carrots or fiber into that, and that could like steadily kind of pump out energy as the first kind of upgrade that you do away from the, you know, man-powered click generators. Could be interesting. So I guess let me just write all of these things down into a list, and then I'll sort them by priority of like what I think will be the most bang for buck. So we got biofuel generator. Ooh. So there's also another idea that I've been thinking about for a while now. And I'm toying with the idea of basically doing dungeons. So you as the player you know, you're unlocking chunks out in the world, and then you come across this like structure that you can go inside and essentially do like a dungeon run. At the end of it is a boss you kill, and you know, you just farm resources from the boss. This I think would be a huge, insane source of content, especially with the boss progression, because it would essentially give meaning to the entire gameplay experience, because you'd be going from like one boss to the next. And that could be super interesting from a kind of content playtime perspective. It would be essentially like making another game inside a game though, so it would be the most work out of everything I've just talked about so far. There's also another one, Tesseract Subspace. And let me explain about that real quick. But generally, the idea is that we have this ominous block that you can essentially shrink down into, and it expands into this massive space. So you could basically build a factory inside like one little block here. And this would be like a late game thing to work towards to help you kind of modularize and optimize your factory a bit better. So it's not just this massive sprawling thing. I think this is also how we kind of solve the factorial problem of like, it just keeps expanding bigger and bigger. So this will be a way of, in the late game, you essentially start expanding the factory inwards, and it would be super fucking sick. You know, you would just have this block, and then on each side you would have, you know, toggleable, you know, inputs or outputs for whatever you want to do, right? You could also make this kind of act like the blueprints in Factorio. You could essentially like copy and share this with friends in some kind of data format. And, you know, basically create these modules, right? I think that would be super cool. This would be very in line with the dungeons as well, because both would need like a sub kind of dimension system to work on. So those two would be cool. Yeah, lots of ideas. We gotta figure out what actually to do. But I'm gonna pull up, sit and chat for a bit. I gotta hang on my laundry real quick, so I'll be back in like 10. But Then I will sit here, stare at chat, and we will figure out what to do together. Yeah, I'll be right back, boys. Hello. Good day. Oh no, dude. Yeah, underground belts would be sick. Okay. Also, BT dubs. Fellas, I need your help. So, yesterday, I basically built this entire base with the one goal of, from this spot right here, I'm gonna take a screenshot and it's gonna look really good on the Steam store. So I essentially built this entire base around taking a screenshot for the Steam store. Because currently, god damn, this fucking slime, dude. That'll work actually. Let's see. Currently the page looks like arse. This is from a really old version, so I need to record a new trailer as well. So, fellas, I need a hand with this. If you end up making a sick looking base, send it in the Discord so that I can go through, tour it, and record some nice kind of footage for the trailer. And you know, maybe we'll get a nice screenshot out of it as well that we can use for the storefront. Be pretty hype. I love that the pathfinding is just good now. It's excellent. What was I just about to say? Can't remember. Yes. I actually think that the first thing I want to do today is publish a demo. Just take the current version of the game and upload it as a demo on Steam and open it up. I do want to make a, you know, nice looking trailer, so I can probably make a main channel video doing an announce for the game and the demo and everything. But I think we could probably take the current game as is and just make it a demo and kind of leave it there for the time being. Because, you know, it's feeling pretty good. It's the best I've had it feeling so far. So I think it probably makes sense to upload this as a demo, and you know, I probably won't continually update it because it's really hard trying to continually update something and make sure it's stable for, you know, a bunch of users. Because more often than not, whenever I add something in, it just breaks other things in the game. So it's kind of one of those things where I can't really keep working on the game, adding in more content, and keep the demo stable at the same time. So I'll probably just take the current version of the game and put that up on Steam, and that should be a good enough demo. So I think I'm going to do that first, just to kick the day off, and then we'll circle back around to the content and figuring out what to do next. think that is the play. Let's do it. Twinned toes with the 25 RON. Dude, what a sick currency. RON, bro? God damn. It's like Big Ron. G'day, cunts. Yeah, how we fucking doing, fellas, huh? How we fucking doing, mate? Oh. Oh, yeah, that's good. Thanks, brother. Coffee donation button's a bit hidden. Should put it in your Twitch description. Probably should. Probably should, dude. I should make like a, you know, like one of them things. You know what I'm saying? One of them banner things. One of them banner things. God, fuck. I hate this so much. I fucking despise this. God damn it. Actually, I think if I do it on this, I've cleaned it up already. A little bit? Yes. Alright. Alright. So what I'm gonna do. Cheat code, boys. That's one. And let's also get rid of this fucking dumb notification thing. Oh no. It doesn't work. Oh well. It's alright. Ah, clean. Yeah. What was I just about to do? I was gonna go to my channel. And do a little battle. Do a little dono battle. How hard would this be to do? It's been on the to-do list for a while, man. It has. Neat. I need an image though. Image is a scale to be 320 pixels wide. Okay. Should we do a little bit of cheeky Photoshop real quick, man? Actually, no, my is if I can get the paint out, bro. Yeah, man. 320. I'm just gonna eyeball the shit out of this. Donate. Oh yeah, dude. Now we're talking, bro. Any coins? Alright, let's see that shit, dude. Ah, it's beautiful. That's art right there. Perfection. Alright. Check that off the to-do list, dude. GG. Did you see the YouTube comment in your recent video addressing some issues in the game? Yeah, I read it. It's pretty good. In general though, I mainly look at the issues and feedback in here, and I like it when things are split out, because then people can upvote on certain features instead of it just being like one big long list, because then I can more clearly zone in on, okay, what do people actually care about? Like, what's like a common issue among people? Because someone just saying something one time, I mean, yes, it's valuable, but it's more valuable when there's like 10 people saying the same thing. Then I know it's like an actual problem that I can go in and fix, right? Just helps me prioritize the list a bit better, because, dude, my to-do list gets fatter and fatter every single day. And there's a lot of quote-unquote issues with the game. But this is kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier, in that the main issue is just solving the thing that stops people from playing the game, right? For context, we could go and take a look at that. Gigaton, dude, thanks for the roll. Appreciate it, brother. Good morning. Do 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 do. Yeah, so here it was. So yeah, there's definitely some good stuff in here that I'll be thinking about. Oh no. He's getting closer. This is so fucking stupid, bro. Ticks for the slime balls, bro. Yeah, looking good. Alright, man. Well. Yeah, let's, I think I'm gonna get the demo done. Smart extractor bug. Yeah, I probably need to fix the smart extractor bug, because I actually ran into that in my playtest as well, and it was kind of annoying. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Because right now, my entire production is completely clogged, because, yeah, it only looks and tries to match the first one to get the filter, and that's the bug at the moment. Just a skill issue on my part, bro. Let me go patch that up real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Stare at this for maybe like 20 minutes. Probably only 5 minutes actually. Solid time, my dude. So the main problem is get item we can yoink from entity. This just returns the first one, so I need to actually get items we can yoink from entity and attempt to extract all of them. Yeah, honestly, I'm just going to change this to an items. There we go. That right there should solve the problem. There we go. Items are flowing out, dude. Alright, problem solved. Hopefully. It's so cool seeing this line go into the thing, and then it waits, and then it plonks it down into a big cobble block. Man, I love automation, bro. That's sick. Yeah, there we go. So I think that works now. If we just remove the filter, is that gonna, yeah, just take everything? Cool. It's really good having an actual world that I can test with. Let's filter that bad boy in. See if that does the trick. Yeah, that's still good, I think. Alright, sweet. Boogie woogie patched. First quick W of the day. Dude, my nose is just itchy for some reason. Got that hay fever. Okay. What to do? Yeah, for Mike, see you later, dude. Had some cool ideas earlier while you were doing laundry. When Magnus says that there's cool ideas, I get a bit scared. Do 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 do. New enemy, something more ranged? Yeah, definitely. I had that in the list as well from my playtest. Ranged enemy. That would be pretty hype. Yeah, doing more enemy stuff is also another option. Because I'd like to do turrets and Tesla coils for like better base defense, more late game base defense beyond the spikes. But I don't think that's really the constraint at the moment of playtime. Skeleton Archer, yeah. Yeah, just harder enemies in general would be cool. So dungeons would aid in that regard. Mini boss, yeah. Yeah, some kind of like wave thing. I really like how Valheim handled this. You know, every maybe like, I don't know, 4 or 5 nights or something, you just have like a random encounter thing, you know, kind of like the Goblin Invasion from Terraria. Those are always really fun, I think. That would be great. Launch pads? What do you mean by launch pads? Quick 20-minute adventure, Randy. In and out. Oh, man. You would have to explain to me what... Oh, the Satisfactory style launch pads? I'm not familiar, no. Let me take a look at them. Launch pad satisfactory. Jump pad? Oh, those look sick, dude. Holy shit.
Huge leap in performance during update 3.5, so today I'm going to show you how to make the most out of them, and not just the basics. We're going to go into some pretty advanced techniques too. Jump pads can be unlocked in tier 2 in the jump
That's actually
pad
sick, dude.
This gives access to the jump pads which allow us to launch ourselves to a given location indicated by the hologram launch projection.
Wow, that's awesome.
Landing,
I love that.
You'll find yourself safely at your destination. Now these jump pads can be placed both on the floor but also on walls and ceilings, making them a lot more
that's sick.
customizable. It should be noted though that jump pads require 5 megawatts of power whilst charging, and once charged consume no electricity. Each jump pad holds a maximum of 5 charges at any one time, and if expelled all at once, you may find that they need to wait for them to recharge. This generally takes a few seconds. These jump pads are great for ascending levels or spanning larger distances, but if we position them in line with other jump pads, we can create a chain effect, allowing us to span long distances in a short time or to traverse vertical heights quickly. The adjustable nature of these jump pads is what makes them...
Was Satisfactory Unity or Unreal? I think it was Unreal? Or maybe custom. Yeah, Unreal.
So great. And once we've placed them on the floor, we can set this by scrolling with the mouse wheel to adjust the angle.
Yeah, that was super cool. One day, dude. One day. For sure. Like, yeah, it would be really good for like late game traversing. I can see the vision already. It would be super easy to do as well. When have I ever given you a bad idea, Dave? 10 times. All right, that was a good idea. All right, that was a good idea. So yeah, today, first on the docket, ship demo, and then figure out what to do next. I'm leaning towards liquids, also dungeon running. I'm kind of thinking dungeon running. Both would be interesting though. I do just want to like figure out the fundamentals of liquids because like I'm still not like it's an interesting problem that I want to try solve. I'm not 100% on this yet because I don't know how I'm gonna like render it. In theory, it kind of works in my brain, but I don't know how I'm gonna actually bring this into reality. But yeah, that would be hype. Liquids would definitely be the next step in like the automation journey, I think. Actually, okay, another one that I wanted to tackle. I just remembered another thing that I want to tackle. So in the last vid, I kind of left off saying that we need a reason to automate crafting stuff to begin with and like actually use the assembler. Because you'll notice I have no assemble place down here. I didn't need it for anything. And I think the main reason that Factorio works and encourages you to like keep automating stuff and crafting these like intermediate things is, I mean, one, it's kind of slow to craft things by hand. But the main thing I think is just the research. You know, the fact that, you know, you got to make like the red, green, military science packs, you know, all this kind of stuff to advance. And it gives you excuses to kind of auto craft these things along the way. So that could be another angle, is like figuring out some kind of like what's the you know, the green juice research equivalent for Terrafactor. How do we do green juice researching? If you're not familiar, by the way, that's what this is. In Factorio. The green juice. Logistics science pack. You craft it. How do you craft it? Oh yeah, the recipe is an inserter and a conveyor belt. Which is super cool. Because, like, it's a double whammy. Like, you get these auto-crafted, so now that, like, you can just use them a lot and you don't have to keep doing them by hand. It's great. But then you also get this thing that you use to research. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, I would have to figure out, like, what's the research equivalent for this game and, like, how do we work it into the design? I think what I would probably do is we're kind of running into a little bit of this with the spatial tech. You feed 200 chests into the hole. This actually is a tangible reason to use the assembler in the current game. It's just that it's not really a problem because you can kind of manually get the first tier and then auto-crafting the second tier, you know, it just gives you an extra 9 inventory slots and I haven't really had a use for it yet.
I like money. I've been watching and sharing your videos for almost 6 years now. I don't get a chance to catch you live very often, and I know the AdSense you get from me watching even your entire catalog of videos again might get you 5 cents, so I figured I'd do some accounting of my own.
Holy shit. Dude, Justin, you're a fucking legend. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that, man. That's going in the sheet, dude. Fucking fat 100. Jesus Christ. That's the next 2 days solved. Also, Justin, would you like your name in the credits? If so, do you just want me to copy paste Justin Crump here? Because we got a nice little leaderboard going. Everyone who makes it on here is getting in the credits, if they like. Appreciate it, brother. That's very generous, dude. Thank you. Sweet. Thanks, man. Man, I need a fucking music slider. I hate having to tab out to turn off the music. I was playing yesterday while listening to lo-fi beats, and every time the music kicked in, it was pissing me off. Even though I love the music, there's not enough music in the game for it to actually be good yet. There's just one track that plays every time when the sun comes up. But ideally, the dream is to sit down here and make a bunch of really cozy lo-fi tracks in the style of, you know, the lo-fi girl chill study beats. This is my absolute favorite kind of genre. For just chill background music. And then, yeah, we just crank this a lot in the game. It's gonna be great. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I was in the middle of something. What was I in the middle of? Yes, okay. Spatial tech. So I'm thinking I could probably marry the research and the tech tree by essentially having this be like you activate something like this quest and then you feed the ingredients into the hull to progress the quest. So it's almost like the, you know, Factorio style, you feed the logistics science packs into these guys, the kind of research labs. But you feed your ingredients into the hull and you essentially opting into like activate like a consumption based quest. This right now isn't consumption based. Really, it's like, yo, just in general feed 200 in and you'll be chill. I mean, I guess it's consuming the chests, but it's like cumulative across all the chests, because, you know, first you do 5 and now it's said that I've already done 5. So yeah, making this consumption based I think would essentially solve like the research problem, and then you could just do all the research in line in the tech tree and it would be even more motivating because now you got research stuff in there. So you could essentially like, oh dude, I can see the vision. Okay. All right. The multi-block thing that we were talking about earlier, right? You use research to essentially unlock not the crafting ingredients or the actual ability to do the thing, but you unlock the knowledge to do it. Now, what I mean by that is, okay, let's just take, for example, you feed 200 chests into the hull. Doing this kind of research thing, you won't make it chests, you make it like green science packs or whatever, right? Feed that into the hull, and then as the quest reward, you get popped out a little missive that you read, and it shows you a diagram of how to set everything up, and then you essentially unlock the knowledge of the refinery. Bro, that'd be sick. Holy shit. That would be so tight, dude. Fuck. There it is. So, this is consumption-based active quests. Man, that would be huge. That would be tremendous. Not enough memory to open this page. It's so over, dude. How do you manage scope creep when working on your projects? That's a good question, Justin. If you're still here around. I like to manage scope creep by not managing it and saying yes to everything. And then eventually, naturally, over the years, I've kind of gotten a rhythm of like, because it's not scope creep if what you're adding tangibly adds in playtime and makes the game better, right? So how I manage, you know, the quote unquote scope creep, like don't overscope your game, don't make it too big, right? That like generic kind of advice that everyone just fucking parrots over and over again. What I do is I continually playtest and like actively integrate stuff into the game. And if it's taking me like a month to work on something and like add it in, it's a pretty good indication that I bit off a bit more than I can chew. And I should probably try and simplify it and get like a really simple version out first to players so that I can observe, you know, what is actually happening and is this a good thing to add to the game or not. So in short, how I manage scope creep, I don't really manage it. I just work on the thing that I think will add in the most playtime for the least amount of effort and do that. And in order to do that, you kind of need to know the metrics. So that's why I'm like constantly looking at median playtime. And is the thing that I'm adding into the game actually making it better? Or is it making it worse? Or is it doing absolutely nothing? Stuff like that. Now, me adding in combat to the game, you know, this isn't hard data yet. I haven't actually split this up and done a separate query for the new version, but I would imagine the playtime's about the same because I didn't really add in new content. I just added in like a new kind of access for gameplay, and that was simply because if I had a game that didn't have combat, I would probably kind of cry a little bit on the inside. Like, I don't want this to be a pure factory builder. I like the intersection of like base defense, combat, boss progression, and, you know, base building and all that kind of stuff, right? So, in short, how I manage scope creep is I just kind of add in whatever I want to add in, no matter the consequences. Which, you know, is a matter of zooming out and saying, what's the goal here at the end of the day? Is the goal to get a bunch of money really quickly from Steam so that I can pay rent and earn money from a release? If so, I would probably cut combat from this game and focus on a pure factory builder, and it would essentially be in early access by now, or like 1.0 even. And I would focus elsewhere. But my goal is really just to make a game that I enjoy, because I know that when I enjoy the process, the game just kind of makes itself. And I sit here, ass in chair, like pretty much every waking minute, thinking about the game and making the game because I'm really motivated and I'm enjoying working on the thing. Like, scope be damned, dude. Scope be damned, but also not really. Like, I've spent a lot of time working on things that have maybe been unclear design-wise. And with time, I just kind of get better at... Like, crazy, okay? Crazy idea. The more you work and do game dev, the better you'll get. Wow. It's almost like it's a skill. Just like playing the guitar, learning how to draw, whatever, dude. But I think hands down the best way to practice the skill is to actually release stuff and observe other humans playing the game, because that orients the entire to-do list and like essentially destroys the quote-unquote scope creep, because you're actually doing stuff. That's been my experience with it so far anyway. TLDR, make game, ship very regularly. And that will be that. If you're trying to cut costs, game, make profits, wouldn't be it. Factory's not the best genre for money. I actually disagree. I think Factory right now is the best genre for money as well. It just so happens to make a lot of money and be something I'm incredibly passionate about. Like, the simplest factory builder game that I've come across is something called Belt-O-Matic. And it's, you know, you strip absolutely everything away and you're just left with this raw, you know, God mode. You're building a factory and like manipulating numbers and kind of making these big sprawling logic things, right? And I don't have the extension on here, but yeah, it doesn't have a good Chrome extension. By the way, pro tip, grab the Steam revenue calculator extension so that every Steam page you visit will give you an estimate of earnings here. Like, this game made 200K. Kind of insane. Like, you could probably, I don't know how much content is in here, but if you strip away all the bullshit and you just focus entirely on the factory stuff, then, you know, depending on the amount of content and playtime that's in this, you can get this done in a few months. But yeah, I have no idea what the scope of this game is like. And then, yeah, I mean, if you look at Factorio, like 108 million. These kinds of games I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, but I follow this guy, Chris Zukowski, and he's a top G, dude. Top G. Highly recommend hopping on the mailing list if you aren't already on this. Insanely valuable stuff. But basically, to paraphrase him, there is this kind of like category on Steam called like crafty, buildy, simulation kind of style genre. And anything in that just pops because the majority of the Steam player base, like, that's the kind of shit they eat up, myself included, right? Like, this is exactly the style of game that I like because I grew up, you know, basically just playing Minecraft and then playing a shit ton of Minecraft mods and mod packs in this kind of genre. So this is absolutely the style that pops and pops hard. It just so happens to also be something that I thoroughly enjoy. So I'm happy that it'll make money, man. We played Shapes? No, yeah, Shapes is another one. Like the first Shapes game? Insane, dude. 2 million. 2 million from a very simplified factory builder. as well. Like, if in theory I was like trying to just ship a game to Steam as fast as possible and make a lot of money, which I am trying to do that. But if I maybe was a little bit less indexed on the passion, I would go for a pure factory builder style of game like this. Cut out absolutely everything else, no player control, no nothing, just God mode, you're making a factory like Shapes or Beltomatic, and I would ship that. The only reason I'm not doing that is because I just don't really enjoy the pure factory building. I more so like the intersection of like the crafting, survival, you know, you're a player, you've got base defense, all that kind of stuff. That's the thing that I really enjoy. It just so happens that automation and like making these systems within the context of like a playable world, it really excites me for whatever reason. So that's the reason I'm making this. Because I would probably hate my life a little bit if I went pure factory, because it's just not the kind of game that I play. Maybe. Alright, man. I think the common denominator in these games is just satisfaction of I built this thing, it works. Yeah. Yeah, there's something like deeply ingrained in us humans when it comes to that. Okay, what am I doing? Right, ship demo. Let's do it. Let's do it, and then maybe we do liquids? Question mark, question mark? Liquids or dungeon running? Not sure. But let's ship demo. All right. Change log. Fixed filter extractor. Not working probably. Okay. Well, I think what I'm gonna do real quick, let me just like push an update. I guess that fixes the filter extractor stuff. What did I do in here? Right, I also improved the enemy path finding. Filter extractor, yep, that was it. So, changelog, improved enemy pathing when off screen. So I'm gonna call this 19.3 and push that up real quick.
I like money. Keep it up, man.
Thank you. I will keep it up. Dude, thanks for the 15 smackaroonies, dude. I'll keep on keeping on, bro. What else am I gonna do? The alternative is like nothing. Thanks for the 15, dude. The alternative, really, the only other thing that I could possibly think that I would rather be doing right now, not rather be doing, but that I could be doing right now, is playing Minecraft. I just started a run of Greg Tech New Horizons. Apparently the biggest pack in all of Minecraft. Purely just A, because I think it would be very enjoyable, but B, because I want to study the quests and like the progression and the tech and everything to get ideas. So there's a kind of double whammy there, but I'd be doing that just so I could come back to Terra Factor and make this even better. So it's a weird kind of like intersection where I'm doing exactly what I want to do, and it's kind of insane. I don't know. I keep going back to that and talking about that because I feel like just a while ago I thought that there were things that I needed to do that I should be doing instead that will quote unquote be better, and like, hey buddy, this is a better idea, right? This is the sensible idea, you know. Go do this idea, make a little bit of money. You know, you don't really want to do it, but you know, this is the thing you should be doing. Because on paper it seems logically good to go do this, right? But it was just like it was a belief that I couldn't work on something I enjoy and also have that work out. Alright, let's ship this version. 19.3. 19.3. Okay. Up you go. But I guess it's kind of hard because like these last like 4 or 5 years of getting here, you know, I enjoyed some elements of it, but there were times where I got into a rut and I was like, oh, I have to like kind of finish this thing out. I should go through with this, even though I don't really want to. And you know, there was like that, like built up programming skills and stuff. So it's kind of hard to say, like which comes first, the enjoyment or the other thing. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna push this this build up real quick. RQ. And then basically all I need to do to make the demo shippable is take out the playtest stuff and just make sure that it works. Like all the playtest specific wording. What you're saying is you're living the dream? Yeah, literally. If I could go back in time, I would figure out why in the moment it doesn't feel like I'm living the dream and solve that. Okay. Yeah, let's do this shit, dude. Let's do this shit. So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna change the build that I've got to be demo so that I can debug everything. So we're in the demo dev now. It's the exact same, just says demo on the main menu. I gotta change this to say send feedback here instead of end footage. This survey is fine. I think. I might want to link to a different demo survey so it's persistent. If I had to guess. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, let me do that. So that's on the list. Separate demo survey. Clean up playtest specific wording. So submit. Send feedback and footage here. So I'm just going to change this to let's say send feedback here. I'm actually going to change it for both because I don't even need to say that. Let me see. I can't remember where this was. This is a common problem I keep running into is I can't remember where my fucking original Sprite files were. Here we go. I really shouldn't have done this. I tried doing a pretty UI. I gotta figure out how to auto size this. Send feedback. Huh. Ah, yes. Huh. Huh. Perfect. Alright. So the only other thing, really, I think, is the main menu start. When not playtest, stale build, interesting. I think what I want to do. So I'm gonna let this decide test main menu. Do that. So I'm gonna decide down here if start UX is equal to nil. Do something else, just set it to whatever this is. Decide what startup to show. So when, I'll really switch on, what am I looking for here? Switch on game kind. Case full. Mode equal stale build. Okay, now when it's demo, mode equal splash logo, I think. Case playtest, also splash logo. Okay. So when the deciding what to do after the splash f mod, info pop up. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here, I think, is in the info pop up, we'll just do a switch here. When playtest, else skip straight to the main menu. Show the info pop up. So yeah, the intent here is just when it's a playtest, ask the player if they could record, because that helps me kind of debug the playtest. But for the demo, we're just going to kind of skip that entire thing. Okay. All right, so we're in the demo. Let me do. Just finish this up real quick. Let's check the release, and then I'll do a release demo build real quick. We'll see what happens. Dude. Maybe I close out of these. Not sure. Congrats on the Steam listing? What do you mean Steam listing? Or the Steam page itself? That's been up for a long time. Thanks for not vibe coding with AI. We're a dying breed of critical thinkers. I vibe code a lot, dude. You're talking to the wrong guy. I vibe code when it calls for it. If you're really a critical thinker, you would critically think that not all AI bad. Has its uses at times. I pay cursor. I pay the monthly cursor fee. But I do get the sentiment of always vibe coding and not actually programming. You're trying to program by just typing in a prompt. That would kind of like suck. You just kind of, it would almost be like you're using a tool but you don't know how it works and you're kind of just praying that it works. And in this weird land of like back and forth trying to like reprompt to get it correct. I do understand the underlying sentiment. All right, let's see. See if this release build works. So this is what people will be seeing when they boot up the demo. Let's see. Yep, straight into it. I think we are good to go. The exact same build of the game, just demoified in certain situations, like the demo text. Send feedback. Ah, yep, we've also got to swap in the new link. So, when demo, do this, else do this. Survey link demo. So I'm gonna make a second one of those guys real quick. Let me go make a survey. Rains, there are plans to put the game on IGDB so it'll have a Twitch category. I don't know. There is a plan to work on the game and make it as good as it can be. Everything else will kind of shake out as it needs. All right. We are cooking. It is ready. Just got the essentials. How likely you'd recommend the game to a friend? How'd you hear about it? What'd you fuck with? What didn't you fuck with? Easy clap. So, now that we got that. Check myself and how much I was relying when I said add 10 pics of padding to a button. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where like you use it and you like try and push it to see where the limits are. And then you're like, oh, okay, this is where the limits are. I can back off now, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I had a similar experience when I first started. Okay. I mean, okay, so in theory, this entire thing should work. And I can just upload it. Separate demo survey, clean up playtest specific wording. I think that's done. Maybe. I think so. I'm just gonna make sure that the playtest still works. Let me upload that as well real quick. Just make sure that I get both of these built out and verified. So in case I didn't accidentally break something. There's been too many times where I'm just breaking shit. Alright, this is the playtest. Next, play, save exit. Where do we go? To the playtest survey. Okay, that's good. Next. Actually, yeah, let me ship that real quick. Okay. Release demo. Let's peep that. All right, demo. What we got? Yep. 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 Cool. Alright, well, it is finally time to run the demo build test. I actually don't even know if this will work. In theory it should. I haven't run it before though. Release demo, and then it should upload to the demo depot. Target demo, torrefacted demo. Full game demo. Yeah, it should build to the right thing. So I guess we will see. Successfully built. Alright, let me check that. Now, yeah. Let me just figure this out and then I'll walk through next steps. Alright. In theory, the demo should be live. In theory, Your Honor. Now I just gotta actually walk through everything and update all the assets. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. But should be fine. This store page, I'm shocked how far the game has come. Yeah, it do be like that. Alrighty, so the demo is officially up on the Steam. Looks like it's working. Wow. This might be an old world. Hold up. I'm surprised that even worked. There we go. So the demo should be good to go. The only thing is I'm using like placeholder assets for a bunch of the stuff. And the demo is going to have its own separate store page as well. So I really do... I always need to treat this like a release and not just like silently put the demo out there. So I kind of, at the very least, would like to get new screenshots. I really want to make a new trailer. So maybe I spend some time doing that today. I don't know. I think I might wait for everyone in the Discord to submit worlds so that I have a better kind of like breadth of game to record a trailer with. So I'll probably hold off on doing the demo release right now because it really does need to coincide with like trailer launch, all this kind of stuff, because it's gonna go into like a standalone Steam page, and you'll also be able to actually leave reviews on the demo. So I want to make sure the store page is actually good, but I'm gonna wait until we have some worlds to tour in the Discord. So that is going to be the end of the line for the demo, but it's basically ready to go. Going for next fest? Yeah. I'm not sure if like it'll be this next fest. I mean, it should in theory be. I've heard that the best way to hit next fest is right before you want to hit the final one right before release, right? So I guess it kind of depends. When do I feel like releasing the game? And to that, I don't really have an answer, but there is like, I don't know, a good handful of days left till the next fest. The next fest. Maybe we'll do the next fest. Who knows? I will decide later, because right now I have no clue. I'm just gonna get back to work on content because it's been a hot minute. Now that the demo is ready to go, basically you just need the trailer. We are back. It is content o'clock, baby. Let's do it. So we're gonna figure out what to actually do next, dude. Liquids, multi-block, consumption-based active quests, or dungeons. I actually have no idea. Dungeons or liquids? What will it be? Liquids it is, dude. Let's run it. All right. So we've got to figure out how to replicate this monstrosity. Both from a top layer perspective, because there's like two layers here, right? There's the top layer that this just got placed down on, and then there's like the hole that it could potentially spill down into. Because like if you had even a block kind of spill down into this hole, then it would repeat itself. It would repeat the same kind of like flow outwards. You know, like the classic Minecraft style right? So I've just got to figure out, you know, what's the algorithm here? How do we render it? All that kind of stuff, which should be a fun experience. We'll see. I hope this doesn't drive me to the edge of insanity. We'll see. Where do I even begin? Don't know. Okay. Well, how is this gonna work? I wonder. So we could take the Minecraft approach of doing this, or try and rethink a simpler design, which would probably be something along the lines of just have one single tile block and just kind of have it maybe like seep out the edges a little bit, and like that's it. And you would just animate this to make it look like it's flowing, right? That's kind of like the main thing, I think. Because then you wouldn't need to do this crazy like flow thing. Now, kind of need a concept of like water level or whatever. So because I don't want them to be infinite sources of water or liquid. So we need to figure out, like, how do you drain it? And what that looks like. You could maybe make it so that liquids can only be placed in a hole. To simplify things. What gameplay purpose would you want for them not being in a hole? I don't really see a purpose for that. Aside from this, like encasing the multi-block. I'm not really sure, but once you have the multi-block, you could just say it's a special kind of render thing. It lives outside the liquid system. Like what Tinker's Construct does. Really just draws like a an approximation of the liquids inside. You can see this happening here. Like they're not actual blocks, which makes sense, right? I'm gonna put that in the wank bank, dude. That's going straight in, bro. Oh yeah. Fundamentally, I think these are two separate problems then. Maybe. I'm not sure. It would be nice to, I guess, marry the two a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah, so I guess back to the question. Is this needed to serve any gameplay purpose that would be beneficial that I work on? Specifically for the top layer, I don't think so, because I think if you confine just the liquids to the holes, it simplifies things greatly. It's just less cool because you can do less things. Which, I mean, if I'm going so far as to do liquids simulated outwards like this, even in a hole, then it would be trivial to extend it to be also above ground. So I guess the next question is, should I even do liquids like this? Or should it be more like you have a hole, and then inside that hole, you place, say, a bucket of lava or something. Tighten up the edge here a bit so it's on the grid. Place a bucket of lava. And now it spreads out to kind of like evenly fill the entire space. And then this just has a level from like 1 to 0. And it's like a float kind of vibe. Well, just small increments, like, you know, 1 to 10 or something. 10 being full, 1 being like empty. And then you would just draw different sprites based on that. Not sure. Trying to think like how you would do liquid simulation. Fluid sim is like the bane of my existence, dude. This is the thing that killed me ages ago when I was working on pixel sim in Arcano. The fluid sim, I just gave up. I'm like, fuck this, bro. Now, admittedly, I'm kind of wishing for a side scroll again because fluid sim's way easier on a side scroller because you've got gravity. With top down, it's a little bit harder. I feel like. Probably not, though. I don't know. If I just wrap my head around the algorithm, then it should be fine. I can find something simple. I find myself wanting to make it behave like Minecraft. But if it behaves like Minecraft and you're pumping stuff up, then you'll run into the ugly lake problem where there's a bunch of source blocks like scattered around and the pump actually isn't pumping anything up because you kind of run out of source blocks and it dries up, which I guess is fine. You would just basically make the algo so that if the pump is connected to anything, even if it's not a source block, it would suck that source block. So if the pump was here, then you would basically assume that this is the source block and it would get sucked up and be fine. So that shouldn't be too hard. But then, like, how do you drain an entire lake? I guess you don't. I guess you drain it piece by piece. That could be interesting in itself. Because if you had a lake this size, you could essentially just put the pump here. And it would drain the whole thing. Because even this source block should... I mean, maybe this source block over here, these guys might not make it down to the pump. But yeah, you would essentially just drain this half if all of these were source blocks. That should be fine. Yeah, maybe that might be the best way of thinking about things. Source blocks versus not, instead of just trying to make it uniform and spread out. Not sure. Not quite sure what the answer here is, because the uniform spreading can come from the pipes. That's what I'll need to do in order to actually pipe it around. And that'll just be copying the electricity system that we've got right now, which is fine. Yeah, so I do think going the source block route instead of trying to simulate and flatten them out would be a good idea. Just as like a gut check. Because it's more clear what's source and what isn't. Because people have affordances from Minecraft. Is that the right use of the word? Affordance. Goes to the perceived and actual properties of an object and suggests how it should be used. Object hints at the possible functions and interactions reaching to between a person and an object, phones, actions. Kinda. That's not really what I mean, but I'm more thinking like people have an ingrained pattern already that they can copy from Minecraft because they understand it. And it's not too hard to pick up. Uniform spraying can only happen in holes. Yeah, that's the problem I was running into in my head. It's like if you do uniform spreading above ground, it just doesn't work. You would essentially place a bucket and it would spread out infinitely and then be gone. Or you would limit it to a certain subsection, but then like how would you pick it back up? Like you would just you would have just made a giant puddle, which I guess is real in life. Like if you place down a fucking bucket of water, it just explodes into a puddle and you can't exactly bucket it back up. But yeah, I think gamifying it to be Minecraft based with just the source blocks is probably the best way to do it. We'll see. There is rain, does it fill the pond? That would be interesting. With Dwarf Fortress. Might look into it. Proceeds to remake Django FX products. Fluid sim is debating my existence, dude. Yeah, I think we'll probably go the Minecraft source block approach because it seems like the most understandable to me, instead of like some kind of flat spread where it fills up the hole. Because this seems more fun from a gameplay standpoint. Because like you could essentially make these like waterways to like push mobs and stuff around like you do in Minecraft with mob farms. It just feels a bit more understandable, I guess. I don't know. And less complicated than trying to figure out proper fluid sim of like this spreads out and has various levels of water and that kind of shit. Manhattan distance for the algo, yeah. For draining, look at hose pulley Minecraft create mod. Mop to clean up puddle. Yeah. Yeah. Might have to look into fluids and create. Let's have a look-see to see how create does fluids, dude. Come on. You can do it, buddy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to part 17 of my Create Mod series. Now today I'm going to show you guys on how to use all the fluid mechanics inside of the Create Mod. If you enjoyed this video, definitely feel free to like, definitely feel free to subscribe. I know this has been a requested video for quite a while now, so anyways, let's hop right into it. So the very first thing that we're going to talk about are the basics. So let's go through a couple basic crafting recipes, and then we'll go to the more advanced machines, of course starting with the very basic ones we get. Is this copper valve handle, which is going to be used about halfway through this video, but I want to craft this is a very basic. Very right side, we have a fluid tank right here. So this is going to store our liquid, which are liquids, of course. So right here we have a very basic Create Mod machine. So let's go ahead and run through this. So at the very right side we have a fluid tank right here. So this is going to store our liquid, which are liquids, of course, water. And we have a hole of water right here connected to some fluid pipes, and then we have a mechanical pump that's of course connected to the fluid tank. So the mechanical pump will allow you to pull liquids through fluid pipes. So fluid pipes alone, you cannot just pull liquids through.
Dude, I'm like already seeing it. So in Terrafactor, you basically only have two layers. You have this top layer and then this whole layer. This could totally get one-to-one translated.
You need at least a mechanical pump. And then our mechanical pump has a cog wheel, which is going to be powered by our Create motor in a few moments. But you can power it between like in case fans, water wheels, absolutely any power source. Now, real quick, I want to show a quick little tip before we get this machine up and running, and that is with fluid tanks and with fluid pipes. You can actually right-click on the side, and it'll make it kind of like a glass side, so you can actually see the liquids flowing through. Same as the fluid tank, you can shut it off, or you can open it up. Super useful for if you're trying to figure out why the machine's not working. You can actually open it up and see if the liquid's even transporting the way that you would like. So I've also written out over here the max range is 16 blocks. Now that is for this mechanical pump. This mechanical pump can only pull liquids from 16 or less blocks away. So if you do have something that's like 17 or more blocks, then you're gonna have more mechanical pumps than just a single one, maybe halfway through, and that will go ahead and help you out. So let's go ahead and get this machine up and running. So let's go ahead and attach our Create motor right here. You're gonna see our liquid, which is our water, is gonna be pulled through the pipes to be sent to the mechanical pump, and then once it gets here, eventually it's gonna be placed right inside the mechanical pump like so. Now, if this is ever not working for you for any type of liquid, you're gonna want to look at your mechanical pump. You can see that right here I have an arrow that's pointing at this fluid tank. That means the liquid is going from this side all the way to this side. If it's rotated like this, it's actually going to be pulling liquids out of the fluid tank and sending it back in, which is of course not what we want. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So real quick, let's talk about fluid tanks, because fluid tanks are kind of a unique block inside of the Create mod. You can actually expand fluid tanks vertically, just like so. So you can see this is a 1 by 1 by 3, or you can actually expand them basically horizontally. So you can see that this is a very flat fluid tank. It's made up of 9 fluid tanks, and you can even expand them both vertically and horizontally. So if you want to have very large tanks to hold a ton of lava, a ton of water, a ton of milk, a ton of honey and chocolate, anything like that, you can totally do that by just building them side by side. It's basically like a smeltery inside of Tinker's construct. So let's say that you have a bucket of a type of liquid, or you have a potion that you would like to go ahead and put inside of a fluid tank. Of course, it's not going to be inside of the ground over there. You don't have to build pipes and everything to pull it in. You can actually use an item drain. So let's go ahead and craft one. Just an iron bar and a copper casing. I'll go ahead and throw these guys in like so. Makes an item drain. And then you can see if I grab, for example, a water bucket and I right-click on the item drain, it'll place the liquid in here, and then I have a mechanical pump that's now going to pump it right into this fluid tank. You can also do this with water bottles or any type of bottle. You just right-click and it's going to place it right inside the item drain. So you can technically store potions by doing this as well. So that's going to be super useful in the future. We're doing our potion maker video, which will probably be in a couple weeks. You're going to see how we can actually have multiple potions be brewed for ourselves as well. So we've talked about how to store our liquids, so let's talk about how we can dispense them. And one way is actually with a spout. Now a spout just needs a depot or a belt or something underneath, and whenever it sees an item that it can place a liquid inside, it will just place it right inside. So let's go ahead and craft a spout. It's a fluid tank, a piece of dried kelp, and a copper nugget, so we'll craft that really quick, and it turns into a spout. Now we have a glass bottle right here, so you can kind of see that I'm kind of pushing towards like potion making and stuff like that, but again, it can be even a bucket inside of this. You're gonna right click, place it on the depot, or have a conveyor belt bring it in, and it's gonna immediately fill it to whatever source water works. Is we have a smart fluid pipe, and you can see right now it's attached to only allow lava through. So this is not allowing our water to go from our fluid tank and place it into this hole that we have dug in the ground. So before we go ahead and fix this, let's go ahead and craft one of these guys. It's a brass sheet of fluid pipe and an electron tube, so a little bit more expensive, and it turns right into a smart fluid pipe. Now right now we have it set to a filter of lava, so think of this exactly like filtering brass funnels. So if we want to have water go through here, we're gonna have to change our filter to water, and now you'll see there's already water particles going through, but it will eventually get to this pipe, and we'll start dispensing it into the ground. So this is a very unique design in order to do this, but this is going to be very useful for much more advanced machines. So let's move on to another way of doing this. Another way of doing this is a fluid valve. So let's go to the crafting recipe. It's a shaft, a fluid pipe, and an iron sheet, and that turns right into a fluid valve. Now let's walk through what a fluid valve actually does, and let me walk through the system as well. So on the right side, you can see that we have a hole of water currently that's currently being sucked into the tube and it gets stuck at this fluid valve. Now on the other side, we have a bunch of lava that's also getting sucked to the tube and it's getting stuck at this fluid valve. So right here, we've created basically like a junction where these two pipes collide, and then we also have a mechanical pump that's sucking the liquid no matter what liquid it is this direction, and is going to place it inside of this hole.
Dude.
That ends getting fluid valve. I have a hole of water currently that's currently being sucked into the tube and then gets stuck at this fluid valve. Now on the other side we have.
This is insane. This is kind of exactly what I'm after. I've never actually messed around with fluids in Create before, but it feels like I can just one-to-one copy this and it would probably work. Like, look at this shit. There is so much potential for like fluid crafting with this. It's insane. One of the biggest annoyances when I was playing Factorio was the fluids felt kind of shit and like clunky to work with. This would also just solve that completely. Kinda. I don't know. We'll see. This is interesting. I think I'm actually gonna download Create real quick, or like get a pack going so I can experiment with this. To see what the actual logic is.
Hole. Now, if we had these fluid valves off, the water and the lava would run into each other, it would cause a bunch of issues, and it'd be very hard to kind of pick which liquid we'd like to use. So with...
Yeah, no, dude, this is totally spot on. This is exactly it. It'll work great. Bro, why the fuck are you running out of memory, dude? I guess it's because I'm trying to use two different fucking browsers. Oh god. Could try and exit that. Finally, I can live out my lifelong dream of being a plumber. Yes, sir. Dude, this is gonna be sick. YouTube Live is a memory leak or something? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Dude, this is sick. This is gonna give me excuse to boot open fucking Minecraft. Oh yeah, dude. Love that ad. I need to get a better fucking launcher. I use what is it, Prism or something? Alright, let me get this shit up, dude. Or Modrinth? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just locked in because I've always used CurseForge. It's too scary to switch, man. Justin, see you later, man. Sleep tight, brother. I think I even have Modrinth installed. Yeah, I do. Modrinth also serves ads. Is there a Modrinth Premium to stop the ads? Yeah. So the thing that I want to understand is how that flow work though. Let's run this shit, dude. Why isn't it showing? Guess Minecraft full screen no worky. Sag. Could add a Tesla coil to wireless power lights. Or like a Tesla coil that like does it in a range, like the Factorio grid. That could work. Move it to flood fill with partial source levels. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Just trying to figure out like how does it handle the source block sucking it up? Because if it's doing partial, then it might be a little wild. What a fucking shit seed, dude. Give me something good. Come on. Come on. We're in a fucking desert. Alright, fine. I'll take it. I'll take it, dude. Ooh, a nice little forest over here.
Yeah, what's up guys? Welcome back to another Minecraft Let's Play.
This is my custom mod pack. It is called Bold. I made it. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like Vanilla Plus, I guess. Version 1.21.1. And I think we have Create in here. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to experiment with how the fluids work. And we'll see if we can't. You know, do a little bit of yonky sploinking, you know what I'm saying? Let me get that Skyrim off. Getting hit with that Minecraft beat, dude. Let's go. Yeah. Oh. Oh, man. Very cozy. Alright, what do I need? So like a tab for create. Creates building blocks. There we go. No, that's building blocks. God fucking damn it. Alright. I don't know how to spawn stuff in with JEI. Does anyone know? Like I'm clicking, but shit ain't happening. here we go. Why this not working, man? I gotta reset something? I don't know. Oh well. I will be a peasant. It feels like the cheat mode isn't enabled on this. I don't know. Best tab on second page, missed it. Is that actually a tab for it? Oh yeah, look, nice. Thank you. Creative mode, what else do we want? Fluid pipe. Alright, let's fucking run this shit, dude. I'm gonna drain the ocean. Alright. Let's do this shit, dude. Oh no, I'm used to Terrafactor hotkeys, dude. Okay. What do I need, like a fucking wrench or something? Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. So, get that tank going, dude. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. So let me see what this looks like. Just with one first. Mechanical pump. So we just rotate that puppy. Do I need a gear? I need like a gearbox or something. Dude, I'm so lucky I've studied in the ancient arts of create and kinda know what to do. There we go. Pumping? Question mark, question mark? I don't think it's pumping, dude. Oh! Wait, no. No, it's not. False alarm. Fuck. Alright. I take it back, dude. I messed it up. Help! How do we run this shit?
So right here we have a very basic create mod machine. So let's go ahead and run through this. So at the very right side we have a fluid tank right here. So this is going to store our liquid, which our liquid's of course water. And we have a hole of water right here connected to some fluid pipes. And then we have a mechanical pump that's of course connected to the fluid tank. So the mechanical pump will allow you to pull liquids through fluid pipes. So fluid pipes alone you cannot just pull liquids through. You need at least...
Alright, does it have to be sideways? It might also just be the wrong way. Dude, this UX is fucking beautiful. Can I like invert it? I'm doing something wrong. I don't blame him for missing the enormous arrows indicating the direction of the pump. Okay, I see. Oh shit, dude. Oh my god. Fuck. Dude, that's tight. Okay, so that makes things easier if there's a directionality of the way things go. That makes a lot of sense. So then this is just like a float, basically, more or less, of a bunch of tiny little buckets kind of pumping it up. Interesting. So I wonder if this, once this gets full, is it going to consume the source block? And like, how does it keep track of the source block and stuff? And like how much it's taken? I mean, it should be easy enough, but that's what it seems like it's doing to me. So we got 8 buckets. So at what point does the source block get consumed? Let's fucking drain this lake. That was underwhelming. I thought it would go faster. Is it flow constrained? How do I make fast? Is it a constant flow no matter what? It doesn't seem like we're draining anything though. If I wall this off a bit. I'm so used to the Terrafactor keybinds, dude. I'm like trying to hit Q to cancel out my current held item. Or maybe in creative it doesn't consume stuff. What do you guys think? I'm like trying to drain this to see what the algo is like. Refresh YouTube chat. There we go. I was wondering why you guys were so quiet. What do we got? Too much water is considered infinite. Test with a smaller puddle. Flood field check. If it reaches a number of sources, it is considered infinite and does not drain. Interesting. Okay. Regular pipes like that do not drain source blocks. You need to use a hose pulley. Pump from a single horse block. Alright. Let's ponder the hose pulley, dude. Where that hose pulley at, though? Creative World Shaper? What the fuck, dude? Cuck clock. I don't want to get cucked, bro. Not today. Where is... Where'd the hose pulley at, though? I could also search for this. I'm fucking dumb, but... Ah, let's ponder this shit, dude. Hose pulleys can be used to fill or drain large levels of fluid. Alright, bro, it's time to ponder. Interesting. Let's get that hose pulley set up. What? Okay, so what if this was a single source block? Would it drain then? Can I destroy this tank? What's happening? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. So I guess if it's an infinite water source, then it'll just do its thing. Interesting. But yeah, if we want this behavior, we'll just use a hose pulley. Let's see what's happening here, dude. So, you're saying with the hose pulley, it does a flood fill up to a certain amount, and then if it's greater than it, it's considered infinite? That's kind of cool. I mean, I kind of wanted to drain this whole ocean, but makes sense. I'm a little sad now, but it's okay. Hey there, little fella. What are you doing? What direction is that? I don't know, dude. I think that's it. Well, I'm doing something wrong. I guess I could ponder. Okay, so the rotation level kind of. We just hand do this. What a hand crank at do? There we go. That's kind of cool. Someone's ripping a fat one, dude. Alright. Try lava. Hmm. Hmm. It'd be so funny if that creeper got like fucking ground in the gears and just died. Alright, moment of truth. Hose pulley going down. It's pumping. So yeah, I think because this is infinite, then it'll just keep going. But if we constrain it like this, what happens? Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that's hype. So there's probably just some kind of like, oh, there it goes. Sorry, that was my stomach. I'm feeling a bit hungry today. Sick. Okay. So there's probably some kind of like internal counter on here, which is like, yo, just destroy a block every time we pump a certain amount of water in. It doesn't feel like that's buckets though. Oh, it totally is. 90 buckets. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like each bucket it pulls up, it just fucking destroys it, which is fine. Cool. That makes sense. Oh, a single tank can hold 8 buckets. That's what was tripping me up. Alright, that makes sense. So yeah. TLDR, the flow has a direction. And it just does it in like certain kind of amounts. I'm still not entirely sure what internally this looks like. With like the water, but if I had to guess, this gets split up into like 10 or something. You know how you have like the Miller buckets measurement or whatever. They just get split up into 10 and then it fills it up left to right. And then when it gets drained, it goes the opposite way. I don't know. But yeah, there is a direction involved in this, so that makes things a little easier to program. If there wasn't a direction, it would be fucking impossible. It would be so hard. I mean, like, I could probably use the existing system that I have with electricity, but that should be fine. Cool. I feel like I understand enough now to start programming this. Should be cool, dude. Well, let me know in the YouTube comments if you like to see a Minecraft Let's Play, man. I'll turn into a Minecraft YouTuber for a weekend. Okay. Let's get to it, dude. Let's get to it. Or reverse the pump? Yeah. I understand what would happen. That seems cool. Let's get to it, man. The pipes behave like a progress bar. Yeah. Yeah, that would be really interesting to render. I can see how it would work. I guess this kind of begs the question of no, I mean that kind of solves that for me. All right. I mean, now that I know how fluid processing is going to look, I got line on sight of what an actual solution would be. I think I'm just going to go ahead and try and tackle the behavior of getting fluid behaving like Minecraft in TerraFactor in a nice top-down format. And I think with this, you should be able to also place it on the top layer and have it flow down into a hole and stuff like that. So I just gotta figure out how the fuck to program this, dude. I mean, I know how to program it, alright? That's the easy part. The hard part is just gonna get it like rendering correctly. That's going to be pretty difficult, I think. Like, I know how I can get it rendering top down looking fine, but like in perspective, that's going to be a doozy. And what I mean by that is like actually giving this depth, like what I've kind of subtly done here already. Yeah, I might have to like cop the L and just not do any perspective stuff with this. Because that's going to be hard. Because you would need to like essentially step it down as it gets thinner and thinner. Yeah, I have no idea, dude. But I'll just try and get like a nice simple version in, and then we'll take it from there, I guess.
Let's do it, man. Oh, yeah.
Go time. Well, let's do this. Scuffed liquid B1. What do we need for this? Turn off the release. Scuffed liquid V1. It would probably be cool if I had a bucket so I could manipulate the water around. That would probably be step one. So let's make a bucket real quick. Just need a way to start playing with it in game. A nice bucket of water. That's a bucket, right? Just let me try and get the shape right. See vision. Yeah, I have no idea, dude. I'm just gonna fucking prototype it for now. Move on. There we go, problem solved. Bucket. And then we want bucket water. We'll run it like that. Simple bird. Thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate it. Every time he reaches for this blue colorful metal, he regrets it, but he never remembers. What are you talking about, man? It's possible to farm violence orbs? Not as of right now. But deleting items you don't want should be possible in the next version with liquids. Maybe if we had lava blocks, you could throw them in there. Maybe. Not sure though. Alright, well, that's some buckets sorted. Alright, step 1 of liquids. Buckets. We need to bucket this up, dude. Bucket. Bucket water. Yeah, I'm just gonna hard code the buckets for now, I guess. Should be fine. Gotta bring that Skyrim back. It's awfully quiet. It's kind of crazy. I like aspire to have environmental music like Skyrim, because like I can just listen to this forever because it's just so subtle. Just so good, dude. All right. How would one craft a bucket, I wonder? Not sure. I was just daydreaming about having an inventory full of water buckets that don't stack. 3 iron. 3 pine wood. We have discovered the bucket. Alright, let me craft this real quick, dude. Get some of that wood. I think I kind of want to go for the final sprite like a... You know, like a wooden barrel style water bucket with like iron ringed around the edge. But for now it's just gonna look like this. So, we walk up to here and then we right click and that'll scoop it up into the bucket. That's the next thing. Scoop. Alright, that should be the logic. We scoop. Oh yeah, now we got a bucket of water, dude. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna dig an extra hole over here and we're gonna play around with how this thing is gonna look. Fuck off, sign. How did you get in? Oh, I guess my front door is kind of open. So I can spike that off, dude. I'm just a humble man digging a hole. Digging a hole. Yeah. By the way, my logic for not using any kind of like debug tool thing to make this job faster is that if I'm just playing the game like a normal player and iterating on it, then I'm going to be able to understand what is annoying and what isn't and solve various other problems. Alright, we got our hole. So now I just gotta get this bucket kind of placing the water back down and then, yeah, do some kind of flow thing. Yeah. I don't know how you aren't annoyed by not being able to shift click in your hotbar. I just haven't had it for so long, so. I'm sure shift clicking will get annoying enough for me at some point to be able to fix it. It is probably the #1 most requested quality of life fix right now. And a slime I have is a problem. You can pack it into blocks to save space. Advanced extractors. Yes, I just pushed a fix for that. Let me actually send that in the Discord. Because if you update to 19.3, it should be fixed. Just pushed that earlier, dude. Holy shit. Chaotic gravitation, bro. This is huge. Ooh, I like that farm. That'll be nice. Yeah, these are some good screenshots, dude. If you're watching the stream, thank you, brother. Yeah, it's gonna be sick. I think this one. I like this one for some reason. Probably the belts plus the farm. Maybe just the farm. This looks good as well. Yeah, I think I might use this one. Slap that on the Steam page, dude. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Not pants, bro. Thanks for the prep. Appreciate it. Charlie with the 5 Aussie smackaroonies. A fellow Aussie. Video game indeed. Thanks, man. Now that filters work, I'm going to make a sorted chest room. I would be super curious to see what that looks like. I'm excited to see, dude. Yeah, I'll do shift clicking at some point. It's actually surprisingly tricky to do. I remember doing it in Arcana, and it was a bit of a pain in the ass, but I'll have to look through it and figure it out again. Alright, so let's do the inverse of this. Scoop. Liquid scoop. And it's whole liquid ploink. So I'm assuming buckets can't stack. Just gonna copy the Minecraft strat here. Make the stack size 1 for the buckets, and then yeah, you can stack the normal buckets, but when there's a liquid in it, you can't. Okay. That didn't do shit. Or, because I just made it a hole. Gotta make that water. But yeah, you just got the inverse of placing it back down into the hole. And so the current behavior is just, it'll flood fill outwards, right? So we've basically got to introduce, which I think this might have been how Minecraft used to be. I don't know. I feel like I remember something about that in like a really old version. Or maybe it was like a shitty remake web browser version of Minecraft that I played. That just had weird liquid handling. I don't know. It was probably the latter. But yeah, we just gotta make it follow that kind of like source block model, right? Time to think about how to represent that with the data. You like trying to get through the hole, dude? Why do they think they can do that and get away with it? What do they think they are? Yeah. So how in the fuck am I gonna do this? Water at this point becomes more of like... I don't know. Because you essentially just divide the water. Up into different tiles. So like right now there's just one water tile. But you would split this up. I don't know. I could probably keep the water thing and then have spread logic and then just kind of like sub. Let's see. Let me... just upload this real quick. Water bucket movement. That was surprisingly easy. Water spread. Okay. Let me just color this out for now. figure out how to do this. So yeah, the rendering on this is wild because it's trying to draw a hole. When in reality, we should keep the hole drawing, but just add water on top of it. I think. Yeah, because we should actually have a mask for the hole that we can multiply with in the shader later on down the line to get this looking good. Because right now it's fucked. Like our head should kind of be cut off because we're in the hole. Or my bucket got destroyed. So we could just change the held item into a bucket. Perfect. One bucket spreads, it will create 5 1/5 bucket blocks. Not quite with the model I'm going for. So we're doing the Minecraft spread style. Not the flatten things out. Am I opposed to AI art being added to this? No, I'm not. Someone in the Discord actually sent something. That was pretty cool. Would be a good tool for prototyping things out. Used to fill everything the same level and below, so people use that to flood their friend's world. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. That was so fucked. Unless you said Chunda in the last year, you don't get to be Australian anymore, sorry. Yeah. My Aussie license has been revoked. Haven't been back to the motherland in years, dude. I'm more Thai than Australian now. Alright. So I'm about to break the fuck out of water rendering, but it'll be worth it. Trust. Actually, doesn't even look bad. So, draw tile set. If it is whole, it's the most scuffed shit I've ever seen in my life. But it'll work, dude. All right. Why? Why would that even get hit? This feels weird to me. Oh. I see why that was yelling at me. On all paths. Led to Rome. Okay. So in theory, the hole should work now. And the water, it just goes on top. Very nice. Me likey. So, yeah, the problem is going to be like, how the fuck do you render water in a way that doesn't suck? That I am not sure. Candidly. Like, I don't know how you would give it perspective and like have it actually look good. I think so. Fundamentally, it's a problem with the whole rendering. All I need to do is detect edges, and I can do that in a separate pass to make the edges look good. But I can, in isolation, just try and make this look good now with pure blocks. Let me try and sketch this out. I wonder how this will work. Because, you know, I could just go the route of, like, doing that. And then calling it a day. Also, I understand how I would do a whole mask now, actually. I would do whole rendering, and then I would do an extra hole that would just kind of, like, outline like this. And that's how I would chop away at it, if need be. It should be fine. Like, that in itself, I think, would actually be fine. Like, that looks okay to me. So, really, I could probably take the Ooga Booga approach of just being purely grid-based. And just running it, dude. Yeah, I don't know. You could have this animating in that direction. And you could actually just flip it around for every single sprite. You would just need to do this, and then you could, you know, flip it around this way. If you assume 0 depth, which I think is probably the play. Because to make this look good, you could actually do a post pass after rendering this, and then add the depth. Okay. So this would be the initial pass. This would be like the flow, right? And this would, you know, render out that way or whatever. And then afterwards, you come in, and then you do the depth. Like so. And, you know, you can make this, like, whatever. Yeah. Because now you would have information on the entire thing, right? So let's say, we'll just say this is a 3x3 for now, just to keep it simple. Maybe out by 3 this way. So first you would draw that, the base layer, right? And that would kind of give you the flow direction, so you need a diagonal one here. And, you know, that would just kind of be like so. This is source. Right. Now to make it look good, do this draw pass first, and then, you know, this in the shader would just cut away at the edges as well. It would be fine. And then you would do a pass for depth. So it might look something like that. This wouldn't really be necessary, but would add a bit. Like down here would actually only be like 1 pixel. You probably don't even need to do this, honestly. Like, I think just having the animation would be enough. Yeah, so I think you can probably get away with just not doing that. Maybe. I think it would just feel a bit weird because the perspective is off. I don't know. I wonder if you could get away with a cheap fix of just not even doing this and keeping this current logic where like it just doesn't spread. And you would just do this. I wonder if you could do that. Because there's no gameplay reason that I need right now for it to spread. I mean, it just feels a bit lifeless, but... like, you could, in theory, just make that work. Or just do the infinite flood fill, like what was happening earlier. But then you don't have limitations. You kind of need limitations if you want to treat it like a resource. Yeah, well, there's no, I don't see a tangible benefit to investing time in doing this right now. Gameplay wise, like it actually wouldn't add anything, don't you think? Like, you just say, for whatever reason, in this universe, things don't flow. Like, they just kind of cut off there. All of these are source blocks. I don't know. That'd be the easiest way to move on to the next problem. You just need a way to generate water. So we would move on to that, which I think would be even better, dude. Two kinds, shallow and deep. Maybe. So you just wouldn't give it a direction. That might work. That might simplify things. I would still be wanting to give it perspective though, the art. But in theory that could work. So yeah, you could probably do that. It'd definitely be easy to render. You know, you could add a directionality to this pretty easily later on. That might be a good middle ground fix for now. It's a good idea, dude.
I like money.
MKR here, dude. Thanks for the 5 smackaroonies, brother. Put that in the sheet, bro. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I think that could work. Also, yeah, good idea with the transparency. If I do a better whole texture that, you know, has some actual shit going on in the background, you could make this transparent and that would sell it even more. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to think of how I solve this problem because, okay, so fundamentally, you know, because I'm doing the, you know, 3/4 style perspective where it's a bit more side on because, you know, it actually looks good instead of a full top down. I just hate the aesthetic of full top down. It just feels kind of weird. Although I probably should have stuck with it. I don't know. At least here you get the illusion that you're in a bit of a 3D world. Because a tree fully top down instead of like this would just look like this. I don't know. It'll be even hard to tell that you're in a hole. But it is also the bane of my existence because now everything has to have depth to it. But I feel like it's definitely made me a better pixel artist. Even though it is the bane of my existence at times. Yeah, so the problem that I want to solve with this is I'm going to have to make a masking layer for the hole that essentially like cuts in at the edges here. And to do that, I'm going to need to do some like shader pipeline stuff, which might require render textures. And I've been putting that off for a long time. And I would like to put it off for an even longer time, as long as I can. So I'm trying to think of like a quick fix for this, because this right now is assuming, you know, we got the full square. Actually, I could maybe keep it as is. So let me show you the tile set heaven that I've got over here. This is where I do all my tile sets. Water. Where the water at, do? Here. So this is how it is right now. Could probably just draw it again with the whole like edge depth thing in mind. Just means everything would be like chunked in a little bit, which should be fine. And then, yeah, so you would just separate these out. So you do first the top block, and then you would do, yeah, just render that, and then do the other one on top or whatever. And they should merge. I'm not sure what the edge here would look like then, because like you would essentially have, you know, you'd be doing some kind of funky town stuff. And this would probably draw over the top, but it would maybe be fine, I'm not sure. Okay, you just draw this first as a base layer underneath, and then everything else would go on top. The transparency might look weird, but it might even actually just look fine, so we'll see. Yeah, so I think that's also how I solve the not needing to do a cutout problem as well. Just reuse the existing tile set. Actually, no. I don't think that it would work, because if we take a bucket of this on the bottom here... Oh, I mean, this gets drawn behind the hole, so yeah, you could actually texture whatever you want down there, and it would be fine. I think. Yeah, this could work. Let's give it a shot. Just gotta give this depth. Let's run it, dude. Let's run it. Yeah, it would be really nice if I could do a whole cutout. Because otherwise this this block is gonna look really small. So I have to make it small, because otherwise the top would overlap a bit. But maybe it's also fine if I do that, because the dirt and the grass should just render on top. I wonder. Well, one way to find out, dude. Let me get rid of all the detailing on this so that we can exist in prototype land. Okay, let's do it. Let me bring this guy underneath, so I can check my mask more easily. It's gonna be fun, dude. I'm excited for this. Like, once liquids are in, oh, man. That's gonna open so much gameplay up, dude. Like pumping shit around, doing liquid crafting. I want to try and make a liquid system that's actually enjoyable to use. That's the goal of this. Alright. So we got things in their basic block form. I think that actually looks possible. So we could probably just assume that we're allowed to go big. And then, you know, we can go big or go home, bro. I'm ready. Let's get that flow. Make it darker, lighter. Maybe. I'm not sure. But yes, I would like to just have a single thing, especially if it's animated, that I could do. And figure out how to make that look good with everything. Simplicity is always the end goal, but it's not necessarily the starting point for just getting things working. I need to wrap my brain around this entire thing, dude. Get the fundamentals feeling aight. Alright, so I'm going to try and nail the depth first. I feel like that's a nice starting point. So far, so good. Now for the spreadening. So, yeah, I think we'll try out that strat of doing this, right? The problem is this is a tangible difference to this. It's half the height, right? So you kind of do need another sprite, but I think I could probably get away with making the entire surface like a texture that you could just replace with a shader or something, but we'll see. We'll see, dude. For now, let's get that second order sprite going. I really wish I could just duplicate stuff in a sprite, but I can't. Water, half. One, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12. There we go. Beautiful. What we got? 15. Perfect. Okay, let's do it. So let me go through and just do a thin little layer of depth now. We should be off to the races with that guy. So I'm going to try and get both of these rendering nicely. Also with some opacity, because I think that would be cool. Yeah, so in order to do this, I'm actually going to need to create a new tile. Which is like a flow tile. I might have to fix that bug one of these days. The slime's just gonna die up there now. That's great. Alright, I can now live in peace. So, I think what I'll do is just have a second tile. That's like half water or something. Instead of the source block. I don't know. Bro, how did you get in? Or it might have spawned. Dude, there's just way too many fucking slimes. Hello? Now that I've got this shit actually pathfinding to me, there's actually an insane amount. Let's just change the spawn rate. This guy to be max 3. And then yeah, this might have weird downstream effects. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it. I don't even think about how to balance the mob spawning later. Probably just need to light this up. Also forgot to save. plan on making videos like your old ones that get a lot of views and are highly edited? It's probably one of the other most common questions I get. Yeah. One day. I don't know when though. I'll probably make one for this this demo trailer launch thing. Schlager. How you doing, bro? Good to hear the playtest was fun. Gex, thank you, brother. Change the drop rate through 30% for slime. Yeah. That's probably not a bad idea. Alright, well, let's do this shit. Let's run this shit, dude. So we got the water half tile set, and then I think I'll probably just make the tile water half. Wait, am I allowed to insert here? I think I can. I don't think that will break because these should be serialized out as names. Uh-oh. I take that back. Yeah, I'm using all sorts of like witchcraft and wizardry. Order. Oh well. Right, I actually think they get serialized as numbers. That's kind of a problem, but just don't break the order. Easy win. Problem solve. Move on with life. Alright, so if we are a tile block, then just want to spread water out in a nice radius. I reckon. I now understand what the algo is. Wow. That kind of clicked pretty easily in my brain just now. Yeah, directional spreading wouldn't be too hard. You would just have like a water level or something. I don't know. Or like blocks from source. Dist from source or something. Oh yeah, and if you make that a float, that's Manhattan distance, right? Interesting. The hand distance is integers? Oh, right, yeah. That's the whole point, right? So yeah, we could use integers. I'm just trying to think like how you would do this. Was Game 9 in Odin since the beginning? Yeah. Yeah, you can actually go back on the main channel and look at the old streams. And every single day I've worked on this game, more or less, has been streamed. So there's been like 100 and something, 124-ish streams. Probably more like 110. You know, some days I kind of do offline, but... yeah, pretty much from the bottom up. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, how would this work? Well, it might be time for a bit of cursor. A bit of that cursor action. I'm trying to think, like, source block radiates outwards, it would set its neighbors to be things, right? But then, now what? Now you loop through all the half kind of flowy blocks. And then radiate outwards again. Hold up. Hold up. So, source adds in half, 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 half. Now you loop through all of these and you go, okay, we have a half with a value of like whatever it is, like 1 or something. Now radiate out, and so this guy's 1. Radiate out, make this guy bang for each empty space, bang, bang. And each of these guys become 2. You know, you do that for each of them. And you would actually be able to limit flow rate that way as well, I think. And then yeah, if it's 3, just stop spreading. You know, you could have that be the radius. That could be fine. I think that could work, right? Now, what if you find something that already has a block? Also, how would you pick up the source block and have everything go? I'm not sure. You'd maybe need like a, yeah, not sure. What if you find something that is already there? What now? You would maybe update it and then choose the greatest. Not quite sure. Let's ask Cursor. Alright, Clyde. My G. My main man. What do you got for me? How would I do a Minecraft style water spread? Flows out from a source block. This is a top-down 2D game. Look through each source and modify a different grid. Yeah. Cellular automata style. Why did I try to do a height? I mean, I am gonna need that eventually, but it's kind of cringe. Assume no height axis, just XY. What do we got, big dog? Kind of want to get rid of the water half idea. Zari 420. Thank you for the prime, dude. I'm just gonna put it in agent mode and let it fucking run it, dude. Trusted. Run it for mid, bro. Make the radius 3. I mean, it'll give a variable to tune. All right. New tab. You got this, bro. Take it away. I think it'll, I think it might actually one-shot this. That's looking like a nice to-do list, bro. I like it so far. I need to get the LSP working again in cursor. What do you got, dude? Surprised it's actually nicely operating on a 15,000 line file. It didn't used to do that. Let's take a look, see, dude. What do you got? Well, it's Jova. Pack it in, boys. So in theory that looks right, but we would just need to render the actual the half stuff, right? So let me just kind of disable this real quick. Figured I don't need to move. Right. Got a nice test bed, I think. So we'll go just 2 on this guy. Or even like, yeah, 2. 2 outwards. Well, that's not quite 2. Yeah, I think it's Jova for you, bucko. Let's see, spread. So what is spread end time? Nah, bro. It's using the scratch. It's so fucking dumb. Actually, why is this even in the scratch? That's weird. This gets zeroed every frame. The fuck? Why did I put this in here? It's kind of weird. Yeah, I remember why. I now remember. This was a bad idea though, in hindsight. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so this is some slop. I'll do it myself. I just did that so that it would auto zero, but it was such a fucking stupid idea. Like, yeah, I'm not even using it. Goodbye. Such a waste of memory. All right. I need to go through and make the tile thing more robust, because usually I'm just like, to set a new tile, just do tile.kind equal whatever. But I'm actually gonna need to make a setter that zeroes out the tile beforehand, otherwise I'm gonna be in for a while to hurt. Alright. What a spread. Let's do this shit. So I'll copy most of what I just did. Let's just run this again and ask. But I probably shouldn't type whilst it's doing something. I don't know. check suggestions? No, I don't think I will. Post a water spray algo, or in the Discord. Let me peep it. Robot intern spat out. Bro, where's the indentation at? Alright, there we go. Just trying to figure out why you need a grid. Well, sorry, not a grid, but like a like a current and a next, because I'm guessing that's baked into this. Dude, it's giving the most like brain dead fucking shit. It's wild. Schedule water flow? Oh. Interesting. Schedule water rule. This actually isn't that bad. I kind of like this. I take it back. I don't mind this. I don't really understand how it would schedule to disappear elsewhere. end time isn't up. Right. Maybe. My brain hurty, dude. It's the is connected to water source thing. Is that just a helper? If so, that's very generous of you. My friend. Oh no, should remove water. There's a simple flood fill. That's interesting. Oh. Oh, okay. Getting a little fancy with it. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually kind of good. Huh. I don't hate it. In theory, that could work. Well, it's Jovel. Oh no, that's maybe because it's too high. Oh no. I wonder if it's Jesus Christ. Alright, power's about to go off, boys. I think it's over. What just happened? I just heard an explosion. Is the internet still up? It was like a very momentary flicker. I'm surprised shit just didn't shut down, but it could go off at any moment. It's fucking insane. Oh, I think it might be a brownout. Yeah. Yeah, my shit's struggling. This is like IRL terror factor right now. Someone's gonna go grab the click generator and smash it. Alright. I kind of want to just stop streaming now and shut down. What's the time actually? 2.